Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Now, as we are all set to commence the road to 5 billion, the validation workshop on the IT industry assessment and strategic roadmap, we kindly request all of you to please take your seats and settle down in the studio ballroom. And we will be commencing in just a few moments. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are now all set to commence this morning's proceedings, we kindly request all of you to please take your seats and settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly request all of you to please take your seats as we will now commence this morning's validation workshop. A very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you joining us here at the studio ballroom of Cinnamon Live of the City of Dreams, and also an equally warm welcome to everyone joining us via our live online stream. Now, on behalf of the Ministry of Digital Economy, GovTech Sri Lanka, and the World Bank Group, it indeed is an honor to welcome each and every one of you to the Road to 5 Billion, the validation workshop on the IT industry assessment and strategic roadmap. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today brings together an exceptional cross-section of Sri Lanka's digital ecosystem, as we have amongst us government leaders, industry associations, technology companies, entrepreneurs, startups, academia, development partners, and even professionals, all united by one shared objective, and that's to shape the future of Sri Lanka's IT industry. Now, today's workshop has 4 key objectives, starting off with to present the findings of the Sri Lanka IT industry assessment together with the proposed strategic roadmap, and also to validate and strengthen these findings through stakeholder feedback to create an open forum for discussion on implementation priorities, governance, and collaborative action, and finally to also build consensus and shared ownership towards achieving Sri Lanka's ambitious target of $5 billion in IT exports. Now, before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, a few housekeeping announcements. For those joining us physically today, you have already been assigned to one of our 4 breakout sessions as received at your registration. Now, these 4 breakout sessions are talent, closing the missing middle, founders and freelancers from individuals to enterprises, markets and demand, that's why Sri Lanka, and foundations, where we will talk about infrastructure, policy, and the investment case. And also, may I kindly request everyone to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode throughout the proceedings. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, in order to officially inaugurate this morning's workshop, by delivering the opening remarks, it's my privilege to warmly invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Digital Economy, Engineer Eranga Veeraratna.
Honorable Ministers, Secretaries, Advisors to His Excellency the President, World Bank, IFC, KPMG experts, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, professionals, academics, distinguished invitees, and my dear friends, good morning. Thank you for being here. This is not just another event This is much more demanding than a traditional event. So if Sri Lanka is going to achieve this 5 billion target, we want all the participation from the various stakeholders in this room, as well as who are connecting online, and also the individuals beyond that. So this stakeholder meeting is to just to discuss about what we have to do in order for us to achieve this $5 billion target by 2030. And this is an ambitious target, I would say. And a target matters only when it changes what we are going to do next. So after this discussion about the policy, the action plan, and so on, what we want is everybody to have that in mind and also be action on it. So this strategy was developed based on months of tedious multi-stakeholder engagement, and it's been spearheaded by GovTech with the support of the Digital Industry Development Committee and World Bank and KPMG. This gives us a good starting point, and this is the floor, not the ceiling. I will repeat it. This is the floor, not the ceiling. So what we have to do today is to test it, strengthen it, find the gaps, and take ownership of what emerges. A consultant can tell a country where it stands, and also what other countries have done. It can identify constraints, and also it can propose different options. But the consultant cannot tell a country what it should dare to become. And that part is belonging to us. It belongs to all of us. And that is precisely why we are here today. Some of you may say, I already know this. There's nothing sufficiently new or bold here. If nothing surprises you, that is not only a criticism of the document. It describes our deeper problem. We have discussed these constraints for years, but have we really put ourselves into that position and had the constructive and coordinated effort in order to fix these issues? Graduate work readiness, a Series A gap, missing middle, untapped diaspora, and also tax and policy volatility. So these are the issues that we are going to discuss today, and also find solutions, and also find action items, and also understand the stakeholders who have to action and get these things unlocked. This is not the first time that Sri Lanka is talking about having a strategy. So we have done this for many years. Starting from 2016, we've been discussing about $5 billion industry target. However, still to date, we are falling very much short in that target. So what is the difference this time? We have to identify owners. We have to sequence our work, protect priorities, measure delivery publicly, and secure commitments from the industry as well as the government. And this discussion that we are going to have today is to do all that. Otherwise, by 2030, we'll find that we have not achieved that. So 2026 and 2022 will also be in a future slide deck like what I'm presenting today, unless we action on it. And we have all the stakeholders identify that as a task that we have to deliver as a whole. So today, I want you to really do 5 things. I want you to test, amend, add, prioritize, and commit to what you are going to get listen today. You have to test the assumptions and tell us if there's anything wrong. You have to amend if there's anything incomplete. You have to add if there's anything missing. Prioritize what matters most, and also to commit what you and your institution can help to achieve that target. So we don't want any blind endorsements of this document and also the strategy that's been getting presented today. We don't want it to be a fault-finding exercise without solutions. We must turn criticisms into better proposals and better proposals into action. So that's all about it, what is getting done today. In achieving that target, I want to put 5 questions in front of you. Number 1, brand it or build it. So we have done, as the previous slide shown, we have done many kind of brandings in the past. The question here today is, our limited budget that we have as a country, where we should put? Is it to build a brand and take that brand to the world, or we have to build the capability? So we have to build the capability in terms of maybe the human capacity. Maybe we have to go and reach certain markets, so present Sri Lanka in certain markets. And also, we have to get the proper infrastructure coming to the country. And also, we have to build the right startup ecosystem. We have to bring in investors to the country, and we have to create the platform and also, at the same time, do the certain marketing activities. So branding or marketing without real capability is just noise. But at the same time, if we don't market also, the capabilities that we have not getting reached to the right audience. So we have to find the right balance. But again, we have to think carefully on what our actions, next action should be, and also we have to prioritize. What should Sri Lanka be known for? So if Sri Lanka to become a globally distinctive country, we cannot claim that we are doing everything. Of course, we can participate in all these things. However, we have to select 2 or 3 main priority areas. So what would that be? Where can we build defensible advantage, credible customer references, specialized talent, investable firms, and story the world can verify? We have to identify, and we have to really put our weight behind that. Otherwise, we'll be doing everything, but doing at the same time, doing nothing tangible that the world can reach and identify Sri Lanka. So we need all your support and all your thinking heads in order for achieve that. Also, many times we are talking about this. Why do good solutions stay small, especially in Sri Lanka? Some people argue it's a market problem. Our market is too small. Therefore, our solutions that are coming out are not scaling. So is that true? Can you identify 1 or 2 solutions in agri-tech or health tech or let's say fintechs and others, which are dominating in Sri Lanka? Even with 22 million population, with substantial market opportunities, are there really good solutions that are dominating and saying, this is our product, 1 or 2 products that has substantially deployed in Sri Lanka and also marketable internationally? And also, if you look at other country references, for example, let's take the popular example, Estonia, with just 1.2 million population. It has come up with Wise, Skype, and many other solutions, billion-dollar unicorns. But why is not happening in Sri Lanka? Something we have to really put our thoughts and identify why. And also, what is the brand of Estonia? Can anybody tell me? Like, they have created their brand not by publishing some brand name. They have created their brand by actions, by solutions. So what Sri Lanka should do next is something that we have to discuss. And if you are thinking it's the market issue, maybe it's not the market issue. It is something that could be related to other things. Is it a procurement issue? Is it a data? Or is it the capital? Or is it the ownership? Ownership as in like founders thinking maybe small. We don't think globally. We think solving some problem that is there locally. So this is really we have to identify. The other question number 2. Will AI take the current digital industry as we know of away from us? So if AI removes a third of the hours, are we still selling hours? If we do that, we do not grow. We actually shrink. Because if the customers are demanding and if the customers are paying for hours, and if we can get same output by utilizing lesser number of man hours, of course our income can come down than growing. So I want to hear from all the organizations that are participating, whether you see a growth in number of projects that you are delivering because of AI coming into play, or whether you are seeing a shrink and going down of your businesses. And also, we have to think carefully whether we should look at that transformation and adapt and proactively do that, or whether we should defend our old business models. And when you are targeting $5 billion, we have to scale the number of engineers as well as at the same time, per professional income also we have to increase. So currently at maybe 1.6 billion or 2 billion revenue that we are generating, foreign revenue, we are at maybe per professional like 1.5, $11,500 per person, per professional. But we have to scale that up to 25 or 30,000 per professional level. So how do we do that with all the AI that is coming into play? How do we do that? Is it by like selling maybe high-value knowledge services, or is it by going into products, IP, managed service, and different kind of business domains? So that is something we have to really pinpoint and identify, otherwise we will not achieve that. So government also has started certain things in motion. Applied AI Institution, AI Center of Excellence. And we are now, in a couple of weeks' time, we will be going through a cabinet paper to establish fund of funds as well as fund policy in the country. And also we will come up with certain incentive programs for research and IP, and virtual special economic zones, and government as first customer. So these are some of the things that the government is willing to do. But at the same time, we want all the participants' inputs and also the participation to make them successful, make them work. Otherwise, if we act scatteredly, we will not achieve what we are intended to do. Now, all this time, I wanted you to put your thinking hat and think. Now, I want you to remove that briefly and put the blaming hat. So imagine it's 2030, and one fine day, like you hear on the news saying, Sri Lanka digital industry just barely reached $2.5 billion. What will come to your mind? Mama කිව්වනේ මේ කට්ටියට මේම කරලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ කියලා. Or you will say, Mama දැනගන්න හිටියා, ඕව හරියන්නේ නැහැ. So let's think that line also. What went wrong? If we can't think in future, like, and plan for something like that, we'll see by 2030, whom will we be blamed to? Is it the government? Is it the industry? Is it the apex bodies of the industry? Or academia? Or investors? So whom we will be blamed for? So think at least that way, and think in hindsight and come up with suggestions. You should have done like this. And let's see how we can improve our strategy by all these ways. Again, putting back to the thinking head. So every strategy tells what the government should do. And this time, I also want to hear what you will be doing, what the industry will do, what the academia will do, what the apex bodies will do in order for us to achieve that. Government alone cannot deliver the full roadmap as well as reach this. We can set up the right foundations. We can set up the right ecosystem in the country. Maybe we can bring out the right policies. But it is the industry and it is individuals who are joining here in person as well as online who can actually make this happen. I'm actually taking too much time. So I want you to challenge anything in this report. And also I want you to challenge and replace it if possible. If you find anything wrong, give the evidence. If the proposal is inadequate, give other alternatives. Something is missing, name the owner, action, measure, and the timelines. And ask the government to act on certain things and also at the same time commit what you can do in order to achieve that. What is not said today will not be in the strategy. Don't keep your best ideas to discuss outside this room. Discuss here. And I want, after this main session, there'll be breakout sessions. I want everyone to participate that and provide your valuable inputs. Put your thinking hat. Forget everything else. Forget about your company for 3 hours. Forget about your family matters. Put 3 hours of your full attention and your thoughts to make this right this time and also commit to that. This document is the flow, and what we build above it is our collective responsibility. Collective responsibility doesn't mean everybody agrees. At the same time, it doesn't mean nobody takes accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for those inspiring remarks and also for perfectly setting the tone for today's important discussions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker has indeed played a pivotal role in terms of advancing Sri Lanka's digital transformation agenda and also continues to provide strategic leadership in shaping the country's digital future. And with that, everybody please join me as we warmly welcome, in order to address you all now, the Chairman of GovTech Sri Lanka and the Chief Advisor to His Excellency the President on Digital Economy, Dr. Hans Vijayasuriya.
Honorable Deputy Ministers, Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Varuna Dhanapala, Secretary to Ministry of Digital Economy, KPMG leadership and teams, GovTech leadership, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's so great to see such a large collective here this morning, both from the government sector as well as the private sector, the education, as well as development and IT services. It's only if we come together this way can we solve a collective problem. I think Honorable Deputy Minister spelled it out. There are no sacred cows in this discussion. We are all, on one hand, the drivers of this agenda, and on the other hand, we all bear some degree of responsibility for why the targets have not been met. So we acknowledge together, we introspect together, we plan together, and we will achieve. And we will achieve together. In this room, you have, in the industry, a unique set of people and a unique set of companies. You have weathered a phenomenal series, a succession of crises on that same timeline of 2016 to 2027, gone through the Easter bombing, COVID, economic crisis, and now the war. And then add to that the excitement of what technology always brings us, which is continuous and unforgiving disruption. We thrive in disruption, and we also have to face the challenges. So along the way, the fundamentals have changed, service to product, human to AI, etc., etc. And it will continue to change. Don't expect that platform to remain stable. So staying in one place in itself, while we have not met the ambitions that we reset and reset each few years, is not thrilling for us as a collective here. We must, I think, pat ourselves on the back for being resilient. But that's not good enough. As Sri Lankans, as with the intellect that our people have, I think we cannot be proud of that. We can be acknowledging of that and take courage in the fact that we have been resilient. But that is not what we can be satisfied with as we go forward. So in cricketing terms, I think we are all very good at facing the fastest bowlers, the most destructive attacks. But we draw the match. We don't start winning, gaining in growth rates over our regional competitors, over the global new entrants that we see into this space. The digital economy blueprint targets a 25 billion value creation over the next 4 years. This number comes from calculating back from the growth of the digital economy from 3-4 billion to 15 billion. You do some cumulative arithmetic, you'll come up with a number of around 25. Value. Question is, who will get this value? If you create a digital economy, that value is on the table. And I think the digital industry, the IT industry, education sector is in a prime position to grab this value. So the value is clear. And we all need to create around, build pieces in order to create that value. And in this room, we have those who can capture it. So part of the exercise today is how do you make that value happen and how do you capture it? What are the capabilities? What are the starting points that you have to put in place? There are a few basic truths, I think, that guide us, certainly have guided me in my past life as well. One is always think about what business are we in. And the more dynamic the sector that you're leading, that question needs to be asked more and more frequently, and the answer will be very, very different each time. Actually, I picked this up from my MBA, which I struggled through over 6 years while being CEO at Dialog, part-time. And the story that keeps keeping me on track is the Parker story, where at one time Parker was doing very badly as a pen company, and there's a new CEO who came from a different industry, new, fresh pair of eyes. And he called all his regional teams and he asked them, can you write down on a piece of paper what business are we in? And everyone wrote down writing instruments, exclusive writing instruments, pens, etc., etc. And as always, stories have a twist, and one person wrote down, we are in the business of producing gifts. Now, when you change your mindset to what business you're fundamentally in, then business of gifts opened up for them a huge market, because it's not only pens now. Every time someone wants to buy a gift, you're there. Whereas if you had focused on being a pen manufacturer, it's only when someone wants to buy a pen. On the other hand, your competition opens up, because now your competition is not only pens, but neckties and handkerchiefs and perfumes and all. So there's just a little story. Second is to identify those chickens and egg situations. I think here in this room there are many chickens, many eggs. That's the 5 billion. And each of us, whether in the public sector, whether we are policymakers, lawmakers, or in the industry, we have to identify those chicken and egg situations. And in a sense, if you leave the chicken and egg situations in a circular discussion, and we go out of this room today, leaving them in a circular discussion with no one party taking accountability for breaking the cycle. You either bring an egg and grow it, or hatch it, or you bring in a chicken. Because if you leave it in a cyclic situation, they say, kukulai bittere prashnya, and we go home. And that will remain. And that's, to some degree, I think, what we have been doing over the past years, not facing this, and one person says, right, I will do it. And if you look at Sri Lanka's tech industries, and even some of the other industries, all the successful ones, you look back and you will see that someone has broken the chicken and egg cycle, taken a bold move, taken the risk. And this leads me to what the role of government is. Government is a platform in this game. We are committed to build a platform for the industry to perform. And the performers need to critique us and show us the cracks in on that platform. If there are frailties in that platform, if the platform is lopsided, the performers who are going to perform on that platform need to come out strong. But likewise, the performers need to perform, have their capabilities, hone their unique skills, be brave, learn to somersault on the stage. And that collective of a solid platform with the safety, the trust that is put in place, together with the ingenuity and the agility of the industry together, will crack this problem. So a few policy areas, I think Honorable Deputy Minister mentioned them. I'll just maybe elaborate a little bit before I close. On 4 of the things that we are focusing on, and I think at the end of today, you might add, please don't add 25 things. Less is more, maybe a few more. So 4 things that we have been working on. Progress not at the speed that we would like it to be, and that's admitted, and we are still moving very, very close now to the finish line. One is the enablement of Sri Lankan headquarter operations, meaning to crack that chicken and egg problem of why any successful Sri Lankan startup or innovator is forced to go overseas. So we are looking at some of the root causes and creating an environment which encourages headquartering in Sri Lanka. Behind this would be regulations to do with capital mobility, meaning that FDI you receive can be used for overseas expansion, so that an innovator in Sri Lanka can go to a potential funder and say, fund me, I can expand into the Indian market or into the European market. So that's one initiative that's going ahead. It's almost completed. The Honorable Deputy Minister mentioned the venture capital environment. we are addressing the tax pass-through issues, where the venture capital funds have cascading tax impacts. And this is, again, going to cabinet in the near future. The virtual special economic zone, which is a fairly new idea. We mooted it last year, and we are aiming to match up to the likes of the UAE and Ukraine and some of the other East European countries, where smaller countries, by creating the virtual zones, which enables these micro investments, small start by big players, and that way to grow with minimum friction, where companies can incorporate virtually, operate virtually, and so on. Last but not least, to crack another big chicken and egg, which is procurement. Because if you look at all the problems that the government of Sri Lanka has in terms of, and its institutions, not the government, the public sector, the problems which are sometimes micro problems. It may be a queue, it may be an appointment system, which then grow into and escalate into situations where the citizen and the businesses get a very poor service. So if we look at these problems on one side and we look at the talent in Sri Lanka on the other, imagine if you can put these two things together. I think we will create an immediate eradication of problems, will create growth in the industry, because the private sector can take and run and dance so much on this government platform, which would now be enhanced with digital public infrastructure, data exchanges, etc. But more importantly, government must be able to buy from small players, buy from local industry with agile processes. And this is also something we are attempting to address through the procurement, reform of procurement for this industry. So I'll stop there. I took more time than I intended. Let's crack the chicken and egg problem. Don't crack the eggs too early. You have to let them hatch. But we need to be determined not to leave the room today with too many of these cyclic questions without someone taking the ownership to break it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hans Vijayasuriya, for your inspiring remarks. Well, our sincere appreciation indeed goes to the World Bank Group for its continued partnership in supporting Sri Lanka's digital transformation journey. And with that, in order to deliver the opening remarks on behalf of the World Bank Group, we cordially invite Mr. Victor Navaranjan Anthony Pillai, the Principal Country Officer of IFC.
Honorable Deputy Ministers, respected secretaries, advisors, senior officials of government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. When I walked into the event arena, a lot of people commented on the billboard that we see, which says $5 billion, which looked like a lottery scheme that we are walking into. Unfortunately for us, the theme that we have to discuss here can't be left to chances. It has to be done in a methodical way. Every major economic transition begins with a moment of choice. For Sri Lanka's digital economy, this is one of those moments, a chance to turn capability into scale and ambition into results. On behalf of the World Bank Group, let me at the outset thank the Ministry of Digital Economy, GovTech Sri Lanka, for convening this validation workshop, and all of you present here bring the experience, ambition, and practical insight needed to shape a credible roadmap for the IT industry. The road to 5 billion is indeed an ambition. It is bold, but I should say it is realistic too. Sri Lanka already has important foundations to achieve the ambitious goal: a skilled English proficient workforce, a resilient private sector, recognized software and business process capabilities, and a growing base of technology firms serving international markets. The question, however, is, could we convert this potential into scale, investment, productivity, and national competitiveness? A lot being said about other countries who have done various things to become what they are. The Deputy Minister took the example of Estonia. What did they do right? With a population of just over 1 million, they used digital identity, e-government, cybersecurity, and a vibrant startup ecosystem to become one of Europe's leading digital economies. Let's look at Rwanda. They invested in broadband, digital public services, and technology-enabled government as part of a strategy to position them as a regional innovation hub. Further, Costa Rica used human capital, policy consistency, and foreign investment in technology services to diversify its economy and move up global value chains. These are just examples which may not be identical to Sri Lanka, but they prove that small countries can compete globally when they align talent, infrastructure, regulation, investment promotion, and public sector digitalization, which is supported by an underlying clear-cut strategy. I should say we are already on the road to $5 billion. But we need to realize it's a highway with many feeder roads from many different sectors. If chosen well, the journey on the highway to $5 billion could enrich many sectors along the way. For Sri Lanka, the IT industry can do more than just generate export revenue. It can attract high-quality FDI, create well-paid jobs for young people across the island, help firms in tourism, finance, agriculture, logistics, and manufacturing to become more productive, and modernize the way citizens and businesses interact with each other and with the state. Digital systems can reduce transaction costs, improve transparency, close leakages in public revenue and expenditure, and make services faster, fairer, and more accountable. Let us also remember that time matters too on the road to 5 billion. The slower we drive, faster our strategy becomes obsolete. This is why today's IT industry assessment and roadmap matters. The assessment gives us a baseline. The roadmap gives us options, but today's discussion must give us ownership. This has to be reiterated all the time. No report, however rigorous, can substitute for the judgment of the people in this room. The firms building solutions, the policymakers who are present, who are shaping incentives and regulations, the educators developing talent, and the investors and advisors connecting Sri Lanka to the global markets, all present here today. From the World Bank Group, we are fully committed to supporting Sri Lanka. Our public sector engagements will strengthen the startup ecosystem, expand access to markets, support mid-sized technology firms to grow, while the private sector arm will continue to work with partners to mobilize investments, strengthen digital services and technology-enabled businesses, support firms that can scale regionally and globally, and help create the conditions for more private capital mobilization to the digital economy of Sri Lanka. So our hope for today is simple. Let us be ambitious, but also be practical. Let us identify the few priorities that can swiftly unlock the growth. I mean swiftly. We can wait for a long time to grow to be unlocked, but we may be too late. Let us be honest about the constraints, and let us leave this room with a roadmap that is not only analytically sound, but implementable, financed, and owned by the government and the industry together. If we get this right, Sri Lanka's IT industry can become not only a source of exports, but a platform for competitiveness, trust, efficiency, and inclusive growth. Let's make this happen today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony Pillay, for your valued sentiments. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move into the first technical session of today's program, and that will indeed be a key highlight of today's workshop as well. Now, this presentation will share the findings of the Sri Lanka IT industry assessment, offering valuable insights into where our IT industry stands today and where it has the potential to go. And as Sri Lanka continues its ambition to position itself as a globally competitive digital economy, having a clear and forward-looking strategy for the IT sector is, of course, essential. Now, such a roadmap will, of course, help identify priority areas, address the existing challenges, leverage emerging opportunities, and create a coordinated direction for industry growth, innovation, for talent development, and also for global market expansion. Now, the assessment and the roadmap development process involved extensive consultations, stakeholder engagements, and analysis of key areas, including industry performance, export potential, workforce capabilities, global trends, and also the opportunities available for Sri Lanka in order to strengthen its position in the global technology landscape. Now, the outcome of this exercise, ladies and gentlemen, is, of course, a strategic framework that identifies the key priorities, interventions, and actions required in order to enhance competitiveness and expand global market access, as well as to accelerate sustainable industry growth as we collectively chart the path towards achieving the $5 billion digital export ambition. And also, it's important to note that this is not the final report which will be presented to you today, as today's workshop, as we all know, is a validation exercise, and the ideas, your suggestions, and recommendations that emerge through consensus during today's discussions will, of course, be incorporated into the strategic roadmap, ensuring that it reflects the collective expertise and the perspectives of all stakeholders involved. And now, to present the Sri Lanka IT industry assessment and the strategic areas for IT development, we cordially invite our team from KPMG. We warmly invite Mr. Suren Rajakaria, the country managing partner, KPMG in Sri Lanka, Ms. Kamaya Pereira, the partner, KPMG in Sri Lanka, and Mr. Abhishek Dubey, director, KPMG Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand as we welcome the KPMG team on stage.
By 2030, will Sri Lanka merely be exporting US dollars 5 billion in digital services? Or will have a digital economy capable of transforming the country? That was the question asked by previous speakers. Good morning, everybody. Honorable ministers, GovTech officials, World Bank representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be part of this collective discussion. Deputy Minister clearly articulated, don't admire the problem, be the solution. Let me, at the beginning, just briefly outline our role in the development of this roadmap and how we are going to be part of the solution. Our team will obviously take you through the detailed discussion in a moment. With the support of the World Bank Group, the study was commissioned to assess Sri Lanka's IT and IT-related services to strengthen our export growth. Over the course of this engagement, our team conducted extensive research, benchmarked Sri Lanka against comparable digital economies, consulted a broad cross-section of stakeholders, which included government agencies, industry bodies, technology companies, academia, investors, and participants across the ecosystem. And it's just amazing to see many of you participating today. The result of an industry assessment and a proposed strategic roadmap is intended to support our vision, or the country's vision, for US $5 billion by 2030. As the previous speaker said, it is ambitious, but also compelling opportunity for the country. I would, however, like to emphasize one important point at the outset, which was also mentioned by our Deputy Minister. What we are presenting today is not a finalized roadmap. The findings, strategic priorities, and action items are proposed recommendations developed through research, consultation, benchmarking, and analysis. The purpose of this workshop is to test and strengthen these recommendations. We would like your candid views on whether we have identified the right priorities, whether the proposed actions address the most critical constraints facing the industry, and what gaps, refinements, implementation, considerations, or alternative perspectives should be incorporated before the roadmap is finalized. Not in 2030, like the minister said, but maybe today or immediately thereafter. Achieving the ambition of US $5 billion in IT exports by 2030 will require more than a well-written strategy. It will require collective ownership and coordinated action across government, industries, academia, investors, ecosystem participants, everybody. Stakeholder validation is therefore not a procedural step. It is essential to ensure that the roadmap is practical, credible, and capable of delivering meaningful outcomes. Our goal today is to leave this room with a strong and more refined roadmap, one that reflects industry realities, responds to implementation challenges, and matches Sri Lanka's national aspirations. I therefore encourage each of you to engage openly, challenge the assumptions, and contribute your experience and ideas. Your input will be critical in shaping this roadmap that the ecosystem can collectively support and implement. With that introduction, let me hand over to Kamaya, our consulting lead for KPMG in Sri Lanka, and Abhishek, who is flown down from KPMG Singapore, who will take us through the findings and the proposed strategic roadmap. Thank you very much, ladies.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to do something a little different, stand away from the podium. We consultants don't like rigidity, so we're going to be different. I hope that's okay. So taking over, and welcome to everyone once again, and a big thank you from KPMG for giving us this opportunity, especially to the Digital Ministry, as well as to GovTech, and of course, World Bank, for giving KPMG the opportunity to be part of this pivotal project, pivotal journey. We come with an open mind, as mentioned by the Minister, and of course, reiterated by our country managing partner. We're not here to say this is cast in stone. We're here to listen to you, capture from you, redefine, reimagine if required. But what we're here today is to set the platform to crack that problem of the chicken and egg. So we'll start getting you thinking, and for that, we'll take you through what we have actually done. So as reiterated many times, we have an ambitious goal, and I say we, it's the government, the industry, academia, and investors. All together, as an ecosystem, we have an ambitious goal to go towards a $5 billion USD revenue target by 2030. And this whole study is about how do we get there? Yes, it is ambitious. Yes, it is difficult. But if we don't vision, we don't get anywhere. So what have we done as your consultants? We have studied the ecosystem, done a clear assessment, listened to you, and through that listening, formulated an actionable roadmap. Again, not cast in stone. And we are ready to pivot if required. So what did we actually do, and how did we do it? So we have, as mentioned earlier, we have our team members coming not only from Sri Lanka. As one firm, we have members coming in from Singapore as well to bring in a flair of international aspects, which we love to benchmark and compare ourselves to, which is a good thing. So we did, as mentioned, a benchmark analysis. We selected a few countries and did a benchmark analysis as to how did they get there, what did they do different, and how can we learn from it. We also did all this methodology, which you can see here, a comprehensive desk research. So we went through all the documents which are publicly available, which we can get access to, in terms of global benchmarks, national policy documents, existing ITES, export data, to establish a baseline for the country. Then we had key informant interviews, KIIs, in-depth consultation with diverse policy and industry experts. We have to listen to you, so we had stakeholder engagements with industry. We had focus group discussions as well. And who did we have this with? So we had it with the government ministries and authorities, which is a given, industry associations and bodies, which included SLASCOM, FITIS, BCS, etc. We had discussions with the captives of the GCCs. We had discussions with the cybersecurity experts. We had discussions with deep tech, IT product services, and health tech. So we've tried to cover the ecosystem as much as possible to make sure that we engage with all of you. And somewhere down the line, I'm sure we would have met you or engaged with you at some point. So what does the current market landscape look like? So based on current exports, we stand between 1.6 to 2 billion. And we have approximately 175 IT professionals. We produce approximately 17,000 ICT graduates a year. This is including the private sector players who contribute as well. But of course, in terms of English proficiency, we're 486, ahead of India, ahead of Thailand, a key differentiator for us. So yes, we have a current base of approximately, let's say, 2 billion. Adding another organic growth of 1 billion, we'll take you through how we assumed that. We get to about 3 billion by 2030. But we have an ambitious target of 5 billion. There's a 2 billion we need to think about. a complete radical change that we need to make. And that is where we come in to speak to you, understand from you, what are your bottlenecks? What are your enablers that you see? How can we differentiate Sri Lanka and make a radical difference to getting this additional 2 billion? Of course, some of you must be already questioning the numbers. Yes, let's discuss. As mentioned, we are here with an open mindset, but we do have a base for how we came up with those numbers. So over the past 10 years, you can see the growth in the dark blue. So that leads up to a cumulative average growth rate of approximately 9%, which indicates, yes, we will get to 3 billion or plus by 2030. So that's the pink line, if you, is for your organic growth trend. Yes, we have upsides, we have downsides. Everything has a whole heap of possibilities, and the only constant is change. So we have to be agile, coming from you, from your industry, if nothing else. How do we be agile? We need to know what is going to make us pivot. So at least have an understanding of the roadblocks ahead. Yes, AI was spoken about. And we might not reach the same organic growth because of AI coming in. AI taking over our IT BPOs, bringing our prices down, making it difficult for us. Yes, let's discuss. But if you ask us consultants, we will say, yeah, you can still pivot. There are value-added services you can bring in. You don't need to concentrate on the traditional aspects of how we did things. And of course, the Honorable Minister, as well as Dr. Hans also mentioned, think about whether we want to be a celebrated constant and celebrate what we already did and had and dwell on it, or do we make a change to make a radical difference? So let's debate. Yes, there's an AI upside, there's an AI downside as well. But we have to overcome all these barriers if we are to be ambitious and get the country moving to the next level. So we did a basic study, and this is the gist of it. We will take you through the details. So yes, we're going to look at making a radical change of achieving a 2 billion revenue target. And roughly, this is based on research, based on the stakeholder analysis, based on various assumptions, which can be debated in different ways, a ballpark to get our thinking hats on, the rough breakdown of how this 2 billion would come. Primarily from GCC, offshoring 35%, 25% on IT products or SaaS solutions, 25% on IT services. So yes, your IT BPOs all coming down. Freelancers and digital talent. I mean, we are tracking that as well. So we think this composition is approximately 15%. Now, to take you through the details and to take you through the gist and the strategies and the roadmap ahead, I now cordially invite my colleague, Abhishek from KPMG Singapore. Over to you.
Thank you, Kamaya. Good morning, everyone. So now I have given this job to explain and unpack a strategy for you. And I'm very happy to be here, and thanks to dignitaries to give me this forum. Now, we are living in very interesting times. Every 1.5 months, technology is changing or throwing up surprises. Every 1.5 months, you have a new model, you have a new innovation, and trust me, everybody is grappling with how do we keep pace with it. Not even government, even industries, software companies, technology companies, they're trying to figure out what can we do something which lasts. And AI is demolishing all of these things. If you think you are building a SaaS product, 1.5 months later, you may realize AI has automated it. So where do we go? What do we do? Now, Dr. Hans gave a very interesting analogy coming from a cricketing nation. The cricketing analogy is such that if we have talent to face a fast bowler, wicket-taking bowler, but we have to also be mindful of that format is changing. Now, the same fast bowler is more vulnerable in IPL or in T20, so the skills needs to change. And if we look at a similar analogy, imagine growing up in a cricket-loving country, who teaches you cricket? Because everybody around us is playing cricket, because it is accessible, affordable, infrastructure is there, and if I have skills, I can make big in it. Now, let me come back to this entire subject now, AI. First question comes to us is, maybe people will ask, will SaaS story will continue because of AI? We don't know. Because AI has demolished a lot of prevalent models, and now AI is claiming that we can do a lot of these things via automation, vibe coding, and all of these things. So where do we go from here? Now, if we look at the ecosystem, the strategy here is like if AI is going to impact all the sectors, the goal which we have said that we will become a $5 billion, is it realistic? Is it practical? And is it doable? But what people are saying, academicians are saying, that AI can also deliver exponential returns if we get it right. Maybe we can surpass it, and maybe we can just achieve $5 billion. But how do we go there? What we need to do? Now, if you look at this whole framework, there are certain strategic areas which we are focusing on. Imagine the first pillar is, can we trust AI or AI models? Because it is all about trust. How do I trust something, a critical operation, which is an AI-based product? And if your own government is not buying your own solution, how can you export it? So the trust is very important factor in all these new age solutions and software which will be AI driven. Now, if I'm building a product, why someone sitting in Europe will buy it if it is not certified, if it is not trusted? And who will go and establish these IPs and certifications so that the products which are being developed here can be claimed that it is tried, tested, and developed? So trust is very important. If you and your society and ecosystem and the government cannot use your own AI products, please do not expect people abroad will buy it. So how do we, I will come to it, how we will establish trust and what other governments are doing about it. Similarly, skills. With AI, what is being told is that entry-level jobs will reduce because a lot of these things can be handled efficiently by AI. A lot of these redundant things for which we used to hire interns, fresh graduates, AI can do all of it. And then the most vulnerable next generation is your mid-tier, people who are semi-experienced. They have a lot of skills because they have been in the industry or in a particular specialized work stream. But they do not know how to use AI. They do not know anything about models. They do not know anything about hallucination or trust part of the AI. Then how do IT companies can retrain them, reskill them, and make them right fit for the kind of products or the solution which they want to develop and export abroad? So skill is very, very important. We will touch upon some of these case studies that how Singapore is going about it. We will talk about what they have done differently. And is it just about certification, or they have approached it completely different way? Then we are talking about industry incentives. Industry incentives are very important. Why? Because this technology is something which is constrained by two physical factors. One is your chips, your GPUs, and the second is energy. If these two things are not available to all of you freely, how many of companies and startups in Singapore can actually use it and build innovative products? And we will talk about how UK is democratizing access to GPUs by using a shared infrastructure, and how they are giving first access at a cheaper rate to their MSMEs, startups, and educational institutes. Another pillar is infrastructure. This is the most important. If you do not have infrastructure, and what all it constitutes. AI infrastructures means data centers. AI infrastructure means good connectivity, last mile connectivity. It also means you also need to have a low latency network. Nobody talks about it. And the next big thing in this entire infrastructure, that if we want to make our IT companies export better products, they need to test all of this in Sri Lanka first. And for that, they need to have access to cutting-edge data centers, green data centers, good connectivity, so that they can expand their markets, and the good network as well. And the last and the most important thing is innovation. I think we have touched upon this. How government can support innovation. And for that, government policies are not just rigid, but how they can be made agile and how other governments are doing it. So how do we just unlock this entire innovation paradigm in ITES ecosystem? We will talk about it. Now, when we are talking about the core pillars, these are the 5 things which are our strategic area on which our strategy is based. But we are also talking about 5 core pillars vis-a-vis these strategic intervention which government need to set up or government need to enhance their investment or develop more policies around those. So we will talk about this. Now, what Sri Lanka can do, these are just few ideas based on a lot of stakeholder consultation we have done based on what is practical, viable, but I'm sure there can be 100 other ideas in the room, and that's why are we here for. The 5 things which we are recommending, I think, is it just we want to be a green tech hub? What is so unique about Sri Lanka IT export which differentiate itself from other solution providers, say Philippines, say India, or from other service providers? What is so unique? Can you say your products, AI products, are more sustainable or more trusted or more reliable? And that is a differentiator. How do we do that? Now, another is non-linear talent. A lot of jobs will go under retrofitting. People who used to work with manufacturing companies, real estate companies, healthcare, education, they need to also learn to adapt and live along with AI tools and product. The same thing which used to take 3 months in using manual or existing digital system now can be done in weeks or maybe in days. And for that, you need to undergo massive skills retrofitting. So the person who is a very specialized person available to you, how it can be upskilled so that it can also live with new age AI skills and other capabilities. Now, right-sized digital sandbox. You have healthcare, you have education, you have infrastructure, you have engineering. How many AI applications Sri Lanka IT companies are designing, and your companies are able to trust your solutions, AI solutions? For that, you need to build sandbox so that your own companies can trust and adopt these solutions, and then you can go to the world outside, say, this is what we have done. Our companies trust these products, and they have achieved these KPIs, these outcomes, and that is why we are here to sell better products to you. Institutional stability is very important because investor loves stability. That's why they go to Dubai. That's why they go to Singapore. They have stability. They have predictiveness towards that. And they know that investment which they are making is not only in the horizon of 3 to 5 years. It is decade-long investment. Now, to imagine someone wants to invest in data centers in Sri Lanka. They cannot come to Sri Lanka and say, we will exit in 5 years. They have a longer horizon than that. And for that, institutional stability is very, very important. They will look for policy stability. They will look for whether skills are there or not. They will also look for whether there is a market and the companies are there which can consume these data center capabilities. And the final area is optimal operational advantage. Sri Lanka, I mean, when we go to Dubai and Middle East, they project themselves as that we are sitting in one of the best time zone because we can have best of the both world, East and West, in terms of time zone. Sri Lanka is not far from that. If that is the scenario and your 1/6 of the mankind population is going to be in Southeast Asia, can you turn that into your advantage? So imagine on these lines, and imagine how your IT companies, where they need to look at. But these are just limited ideas, and I'm sure you might have better ideas, and that's why we are here for, to share ideas, to talk about these. Now, how we have prepared this roadmap, it might look complex to you, but let me simplify this. What we have done is we have identified our recommendations into safe bets and big bets. And then what we have done is, based on those 5 pillars, we are talking about what are the initiatives or what are those initiatives which we are proposing as a part of the roadmap as a safe bet or a big bets. Now, for all these 5 pillars, we will go in depth, but let me quickly touch upon and give you what other governments are doing in these 5 pillars so that we can talk, quickly touch upon some of these. Now, when we talk about trust and governance, one mind which comes to your mind, somebody was asking, why Estonia is a brand in itself? Because it has developed itself or its brand as we are digital first society. And it is not an easy thing to do actually, because you have to first digitize your all public services, you have to digitize your businesses, you have to digitize your commerce, economy, and a lot of other things. It is not just about digital, it is also about inculcating a mindset that we have to think digital first. But at the same point in time, there are a lot of important things which government need to do. Just by talking policy, it will not happen. They have to also create a framework where businesses and small and medium enterprises can also think and trust the digital services which are offered by other stakeholders. Now, if you look at any economy, from where trust come from? Why do you trust one mobile app versus other, or one solution than other? Why do you go to a particular hospital or a particular school? Because there are results, outcomes, somebody has certified it, and whose job is to certify it, that this product is more reliable, trusted, and this is where trust comes from. Look at your ecosystem from 3 dimensions: government, society, and market. Things which market and society will not be able to do, government need to step forward. When computer was introduced, it was difficult to find a computer, and government used to import computers, and first it was used to be allocated to universities. It used to be a computer which is a room-sized computer. People used to take appointment to go and see these computers because it was very expensive and not easily available. Same is happening today with GPUs also. Now, how can you democratize that infrastructure if you want your companies to be competitive and they want to build more AI-ready products? How will you do that? And how will you certify or help your businesses or IT companies in this room, whatever they are building, that we have certified that this product or this service is more trusted, reliable, and safe and secure? One of the biggest opportunity today in AI landscape is cybersecurity. You must have heard about Mythos. There's a lot of legacy codes, legacy systems which are being used today. And everybody is grappling that if AI is going to become more powerful and find vulnerability which big companies are not able to find in past 35 years, and the same model can do it in few hours, everybody is vulnerable. And cybersecurity will become one of the major area where companies, tech companies are going to spend. So what are products we are thinking which can bridge this particular gap in our society, and can we export something around that? So think on that dimension around trust. I spoke about skills. Most of the countries, when they go about skills, they just think about how many people we have certified. They just deliver these mandates to either market or universities. But we have some good examples around us. Look at Singapore. They have a good program, Workforce Singapore. And they do it very pragmatically. They have targets, and they also focus on employability. And employability just doesn't start from someone who has skills. It starts from a fresh graduate. The fresh graduate getting access to leading companies like KPMG, PwC, or IBM, and other companies which are operating in Singapore. When a young graduate walks into that in early career, either he'll get inspired, or at least he will figure out what he has to do later in his life. And that experience is a very transformative and a shaping experience because he's working with best of the minds in the industry. And the next layer, which is more vulnerable, is how do you retrofit existing people who are already doing the same thing? Like, for example, people who are using existing software development code and tools, can they live with AI, which is doing 90% of the coding, and the repercussion of those coding where people do not know what AI has written? How do you train for that? For that, you need a lot of skills. The new opportunities in this AI age will come from how people can use AI and the functional knowledge to make your own companies more productive, profitable, and improve the margins. And I think in early session, Honorable Minister has shown us, can we increase the margin or the revenue per employee using these technologies? For that, skills will become the differentiators. If you do not have skills, you will not be able to think AI first. You will not be able to design products which are AI native or AI first. So skills is very important, and government need to have a holistic view about that. It is not just about interns, and it is not just about certification. It is about employability. It is about retrofitting. And in Singapore, they have targets for each and every sector. In real estate, what will happen to a designer which is using a building design by CAD? How he can use AI to do the same design in 3 days, for which he used to take 3 weeks. For that, he need to know about AI-powered design tools. Similarly in banking, similarly in insurance, similarly in cybersecurity industry, you need to have a sector-wise strategy for all of these skills program, not a holistic, generic program. And second thing which we can learn from Singapore is, please induct industry people in your committees, in your program management governance bodies. The people who are working on ground, they actually know what are the constraints. They actually know what kind of talent they do not find easily. Rather than something which is designed by an institution and we just follow it for 2 years. You have to be very, very agile because your technology is changing at breakneck speed. Every 1.5 months, there is a new model out there. How do you keep up with that? Induct people from industry, and that is what agile, forward-looking governments are actually doing. Then we are talking about industry incentives. Now, as an investor, where do you put money? You need returns, right? And from where returns come, there has to be a market for it. There has to be a backing or a collateral for that. In most of the technology, which are emerging technologies, a lot of countries, like in Israel, you have an Yozma fund, which is a sovereign capital initiative, which also allows investors to invest in some of these emerging markets. And Israel is one of the leading cybersecurity and security service provider because they know they want to become a service provider of a security services and software solutions companies. And government back them a lot, whether it is infrastructure and fund. And then investors, when they know, they are going to a country where they will find entire ecosystem about cybersecurity, software security, testing, vulnerability, everything. You find not just a government policy, you find an ecosystem there. So think of how you build ecosystem, and investors will follow if you have a policy stability, if you have a commitment, and it should not be just 5 years. Think about something which do not change, which last. Finally, industry incentives I spoke about. I mentioned UK. They are making, and even India, they are offering GPUs at 40% cheaper rate. Why? Because not everybody will be able to access GPUs because of the shortage or at the market prices. And 40% is a massive amount in AI age. Imagine if you have a recurring bill and the 40% is being covered by government, a MSME can then afford it, a GPU, and then he can think of AI first. Do you have these policies? Do you have these, not only from GPU side of it, but from other areas also? Maybe they want connectivity in rural areas. Indonesia has a similar problem. They have 17,000 islands. How do you connect them? If you do not take connectivity to them, how do you grow economy? If you do not grow economy, how do you sell your software and services? You do not have a mobile-first economy. How do you do that? If you do not have a mobile-first economy, how will your companies will train AI models? It is a circular problem, and that is why in initial days when computer was introduced, a lot of government used to give import subsidies to bring computers into the country. Now you have to think not multidimensionally about the same AI problem. Incentives are required. Think what UK is doing. Think what India is doing. Think what Singapore is doing in terms of their national AI strategy. They have identified infrastructure as one of the area, because if you do not make infrastructure accessible, available, affordable, you are leaving your IT industry to their own. If you are not able to solve these three problems, accessibility, availability, and affordability. In early days, it matters. Finally, I'm talking about innovation. And the good example comes from South Korea. South Korea, they have a program. It is not that we will just register a startup, give them funding. No. They measure the success of startup that if they are able to secure their first customer. How many your startups which you know, government is able to buy their products and give them first, like a startup cannot compete with a 30-year-old company. Government guidelines, procurement guidelines are very different. We all know in this room. But startup needs a lot of handholding. Startups need a lot of infrastructure support. Startups needs a lot of runway. But they can come and solve your critical problems. And for that, you do not have a generalistic society, general intervention. All you need is a vertical approach to it. What I mean by vertical approach? A startup in healthcare cannot be treated in the same way as a startup in education sector. Why? Because in healthcare, life is at risk, which means more R&D, which means longer duration to build products. Not like education or some other sectors. Same is with engineering. Engineering, as a consultant, when we go and work with engineering companies, no matter how much we sell them AI, you know why they don't buy it? Any idea in this room why they don't buy it? Because they have perfected their processes over the period of a year, and a guy who is on the floor, they will not allow you to touch their operational system because there can be a health risk, safety risk, or even a plant can come down which can bring the operation productions down. It is not easy there. So you cannot have the same strategy or same runway for a startup operating in different sectors. I will give you another example. Like 5-10 years back, doing a digital twin was very expensive. Digital twin, which puts infrastructure or a city in a 3D. With AI, the cost has slashed down drastically low. You know why? Because earlier there used to be a company which used to get satellite images first or a photogeometry, and then they used to have their very proprietary system on which they used to build 3D. But today AI has changed the game. Can government, to spur innovation, can also make some of these assets easily available to startups, satellite images maybe? So that they can do better innovation. Now imagine a startup sitting here in Colombo wants to do something on facial recognition. And the first thing which he will face is, okay, even if he is able to figure out infrastructure, where is the data? My model needs at least 50,000 samples to test where the data is going to come in. Is he going to collect that data? No. Is he going to buy the data? Maybe. Is he going to collect himself? Maybe. But what if that open data repository is available for innovation and he can build product and give it to you? That's where government can create a differentiator. So this is a broad gist of what I'm saying, and I've backed it with what other governments are doing. Now, if I have to take you individuals, probably I will pick few of those. Not all are equally important, but the message which I want to deliver, we have to think very innovatively. We have to have industry people in driving some of these initiatives, and we need to focus heavily on infrastructure skills and branding as well. So I'll just quickly do the deep dive in some of these areas. When we talk about trust, we are talking about multi-year stability. We are also talking about certification. And IP also plays an important role here. Any product which goes out as a certified product, government need to figure out. I mean, it's a very simple analysis, like made in Japan. Why everybody trusts made in Japan? Because they know that trust me, Japan brand is there. Imagine AI products coming out of Sri Lanka with made in Sri Lanka certificate. What is so different about that? For that, you need to build testing labs. How many of the startups today in Sri Lanka are able to train the model? Do they have access to these models or test some of these algorithms? Certification that this is a cyber-safe software, cyber-safe product. And for that, government need to build something with academia to help startups to make their products more safe, reliable, trusted. And that's where trust will come from. Multi-years policy stability I've spoken about. I think one interesting is, which I want to touch upon is, again, international lead generation. And I'll give you a very interesting example. Under STPI program in India, India has $200 billion exports, IT exports. And they're very service-led export. Product is just $9 billion US dollar. But you know what interesting model they have created that they also help their companies build good, credible leads with desks which are operating in US, UK, outside. Can we help our companies sitting here in Sri Lanka figure out what are the good opportunities out there in UK, US, Australia, where our companies can compete? You need to build pipeline, and you have to use your networks. So how can you build a market-forward strategy and help your companies to access and tap on some of these opportunities? There are a lot of international companies which are also operating in Sri Lanka. How do we tap on them? With our products, our services. And that's where government can come in. I've spoken a lot about skills literacy. Interesting thing, have you heard about skills census? Do we have one? What is skill census? Skill census, like we do population census, we also need to know who is earning how much, what is his economic appetite, how many cars he has. Why don't we do skill census? How many skills you have? Do you have AI skills? How many of students have cloud skills, testing skills, cyber skills? It can be a game changer. Because unless you do not measure something, you cannot improve it. And you need to have a baseline first, so that after 5 years down the line, you can say, okay, we were there somewhere around 1 million software engineers. We have retrofitted them to be an AI first engineer. But you need to have a baseline first. And skill census will pave that way. We are also talking about depleted mid-tier. I've also spoken about it. Think in verticals. Please do not go with a general training certification. Real estate sector, engineering sector will have a different pathways. Think of pathways. And then find which are those jobs which will get retrofitted, which of these jobs will get depleted or obsolete. And for that, you need to have a strategy. And I think if you have to give this responsibility, I think, again, I would say skills matters. Without skills, even if you have infrastructure, you will not be able to do much, achieve much. So skills matters. So you need to also involve industry players. Find the best industry players who have idea about where industry is going, where technology is going. Within 3 years, quantum computing will be knocking your doors. Are you ready for that? Or after 3 years, we'll be sitting in the same room talking about quantum computing vision 2035. We have to be thinking forward about that. Industry incentives, please make infrastructure affordable, accessible, available. I've given you enough examples. And please support your MSMEs, support your software companies, how they can at least transition their one product and services on AI-led infrastructure. Trust me, if you can enable that, you will see a lot of innovative products. And by infrastructure, it is not GPUs or data center. It is also about connectivity. It is also about access to data, government data, anonymized data. It is very important. If you want one of your company has to be a spatial analytics company, and they are struggling with a spatial data, sorry, it is not going to happen. You need to focus on procurement guidelines for startups. They need different runway. And again, think in vertical sense. Please do not put all startups in all sectors in one platform, on one podium. Financing and investment is also important. Now, I just want to take a minute on financing and investment. How do we finance startups? We finance by giving them tax breaks. That, okay, you don't have to pay taxes for 5 years. But how many of the startups actually make it to 5 years? Do we know? What they actually need is their first order, first customer. And if it can be government, universities, all the big products coming from which we use today are coming from great US universities, and the first buyer was always US government most of the time. Internet, computers. How many of the products we are actually buying? They are making great products, they have capability. When they are competing at global stage, they know. So how many of their systems are actually working in your healthcare? And is your procurement policy is aligned to that? Think about that. Okay, I think I have at the cost. I've spoken about all these things. It's just a summary of interventions in the big bets and safe bets. I will not touch upon all these things in detail. Maybe I'll jump to the last slide directly and talk about the roadmap. I think one important thing is about freelancers. Please don't discount freelancers. AI is going to change the landscape. Companies will shift to demand-based jobs. What is demand-based jobs? I want such and such skill only for 2 months. Why should I hire him or her for entire year? You will see this transformation. So you need to think of a marketplace, or you need to have maybe skill sensors, how your individuals can actually make themselves employable by engaging in freelancing also. It is not just about companies, it is also about individuals. A lot of individuals want to work outside companies, and they can do more better in different time zones. So think about them also when you frame policies. And good examples are digital visas, digital nomad visas, how you can bring them here, something like that. Now, I'm coming to the final slides. Thanks for patiently hearing me. Thanks, I think, in order to summarize this, first we need to answer why Sri Lanka is different. Why Sri Lankan products are different from being manufactured in Vietnam, Philippines. We need to find that differentiator. And it is not about what companies are doing differently, how as an ecosystem we are doing differently. Can we train our people as per the market demands in a much more agile manner? Can we make cybersecurity as a first priority in any product which is being shipped out of Sri Lanka? So what is that USP? We have to figure it out. And for that, they will require a lot of handholding. If any startup who is a building product and they have no idea that what cybersecurity things or AI things which they need to integrate, where they should go, what do you think where they should go? They want to have that differentiator, but they do not know. They have a great product, but it is not AI ready. Where they should go? So we need to think of those incubators or mentorship program or Queen Bee program. Queen Bee program is actually a good program in some of these economies where you create some example and they become Queen Bee so that other companies can learn from them what they have done differently, something like that. So first thing we have to answer is why Sri Lanka is different. And there has to be a strategic shift. Why strategic shift? Because it is not about generic ITS services. It is going to go under transformation. You cannot say we are just an IT provider. There is nothing as such now as an IT provider. Either you are a good cybersecurity country, you are a good AI country, you are a good automation country. It is not just IT, because most of these simple tasks, trust me, are going to be handled by AI, and companies will still rely on that because it helps them in improving margins. So you cannot just say. But there is one thing I would like to tell you, and that is coming from first-hand experience, that a lot of companies are still struggling in integrating AI into their existing system architecture. Why? Because earlier when digital systems used to be designed, they used to look at what is the value, business value, why we should buy this XYZ system or why we should build XYZ system for efficiency, productivity, or so on and so forth. And do we have a tech and data readiness? But then now with AI, there are two more dimensions. Whether this solution can be trusted, what is your trusted governance, explainability, observability kind of factors which are involved, and the skills. These are the four are very paramount importance. So you need to find your niche. It cannot be just simple ITS, BPO business. Products and AI-led delivery become very important. A lot of these companies will ask, hey, I just bought integrated an AI model, and now there's another new model. What should I do? What should I do actually? Should I change and replace it? How should I design my architecture? Who will come and fix it? Should I have a full-time AI engineers in my IT team? What should I do? And that is where the game is going to change, because AI also need lot of integration. AI needs lot of hand-holding. It is just not a plug-and-play kind of a technology. That's why you see a lot of companies are using AI, but mostly these companies are using at co-pilot, individual level. Enterprise-wide adoption is still very slow, which we can say it has transformed entire operations and businesses. So I think broader IT roadmap which we have thought through, and we will discuss in these 5 different rooms. And those 5, please be very vocal and give your suggestion, because you are the people who are on ground. Please give your suggestions, input, so that we can improve our roadmap. We are very open in terms of how we can address some of your challenges through this work which we are doing. So with this, I rest my presentation. Thank you very much for patiently hearing me. Thank you so much.
A very big thank you goes out to the KPMG team for that insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to quickly move into the next session, as time doesn't seem to be much in our favor today. All right, now our next presentation focuses on translating strategy into implementation. And as we bring about to you the proposed GovTech projects to achieve this $5 billion goal, in this session, we will focus on the key government technology initiatives designed in order to translate our digital economy strategy into tangible outcomes. And with that, everybody, please welcome the board member of GovTech Sri Lanka to present the proposed GovTech projects to achieve this $5 billion goal. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Chandima Kure.
Good morning, everyone. So very quickly, I think we'll share our understanding of where we are, the window of opportunity that is there, but focus more on certain strategic initiatives that we have taken so that you can actually deliberate this and give feedback in your breakout sessions. Yeah, we are about 10 years late. Today, I think, schedule, we're about half an hour behind schedule. So I think this was mentioned by everyone. I think we have discussed this multiple times. From 3 billion goals to 5 billion goals, we have not achieved this. But I think we have another opportunity. There's a firm commitment to get to this 5 billion. And in doing so, I think what we also believe is there has to be a cohesive strategy, not just pushes one aspect of the industry, but multiple aspects. So we feel kind of the startup ecosystem is very important to create that innovation base. There's always the question around services being kind of generating value proportionate to number of people that we can deploy, versus kind of the products and IP-led innovations, where we can kind of break that and create disproportionate value. And startups are also a very good kind of model for wealth distribution. I think the best case study that we have is WSO2. So many employees became kind of wealthy through that, their kind of sweat equity within that company. So startups are, I think, a very important model. It needs to exist in the ecosystem. So I think as a government, there is a role to play in terms of fixing some of those structural deficiencies that we have. Second thing I think is we need to really position ourselves as a place of choice when people make decisions on where we're going to set up the next tech team. It can be a smaller team, bigger team. We need to be able to figure out where we can really play, where we can really add value. But we need to be really up there in the radar to be considered. Then, of course, we have a really good, I think, set of companies already operating in this space, but how do we kind of uplift them? How do we actually help them grow has to be a focus as well. So it's really a 3x growth that we are looking at. So just the organic growth of all the companies that we have today alone will not take us there. So we need certain new strategies, new ways of thinking about it, and kind of reconcile this 5 billion number back to where we are today, so that we know like what are the new pillars that we need to grow, and also how do we support to accelerate the growth of the companies that are already in place. But we have a lot of positives as well. We talked about Estonia, and we have Root Code, who actually develop software for the Estonian government. They are one of the latest AI platforms have been developed by Root Code from Sri Lanka. We have BoatPack, a global product trusted by boards in the region and spreading fast to all areas of the world. We have 99X, who started operations here and become a global operation. I think was really happy to see the first startup with Sri Lankan founders being accepted to the Y Combinator, I think a couple of weeks back. And we had a startup being acquired by JP Morgan Chase for their wealth platform development. So while we have great stories, what's wrong with this? We have very few stories, right? And everything that's here, I think all of you know. And I don't think these stories got created because of a structure or a system. It got created because they had great founders, they had great partners, and somehow they made it happen. So I think from that, we need to move to a system that produces results year on year. We need to create a system, an ecosystem, that produces winners structurally. So I think that's the transformation and transition that we need to make to be able to hit this 5 billion, and it's not a single goal. I mean, if it's 5 billion by 2030, it needs to keep growing. So that structural impetus is very important. And that's what we need, all of your inputs, to make sure like we do today what's right for us to get to this 5 billion. There are many constraints. I think the KPMG team also talked about it. I mean, infrastructure is one. I mean, some of our customers worry that we are a tiny island connected with some submarine cables. So what's our answer to that? Do we have kind of cloud and AI infrastructure close at hand? Startups, I think there are lots of broken linkages there. But I think we are addressing some of that, as Dr. Hans mentioned, creating the basic landscape for venture capital companies to be able to kind of operate, startups to be able to raise funds, and also deploy that funds freely where the market is, where the growth is important. I mean, essentially, going into policy, I think that the inconsistency, I think this we keep hearing, that's another chicken and egg. Because for us to be consistent, that means we can't change policy. But the question also is, do we have the right set of policy in place? So I think that's a great topic for us to debate today as well. Talent. I think the graduate pipeline alone will not give us the number of people to deliver the 5 billion. Our estimate is like we need about 200,000 engineering talent delivering that 5 billion. But given also the thrust in terms of government digitalization and all of that, we probably need like another 50,000 within that ecosystem. So we need lots of people. So not just the graduates, we also need to tap into other sources, conversions, and also I think with the education ministry, we need to work on the vocational stream. How do we bring that into the IT industry in terms of how do we keep the delivery, the curriculum up to date in a relevant way that we actually create kind of technicians who can actually get to the industry a lot faster. GCC, I think we've got some really good case studies, really good success stories. How do you actually make sure in certain markets that Sri Lanka becomes the point of choice, top of their mind for their consideration? I think we have done really good in Nordics. I think it needs to be almost like an automatic choice for any company in Nordics when they're thinking about setting up some team, that Sri Lanka should be top of the list. Brand, I think, is important. We are known for tea. That's what we're known for, I think, for a long time, until I think apparel industry really cracked this. Been known for high quality, body fitting, performance type garments. That didn't happen by accident. I mean, there was a conscious move around garments without guilt and really addressing the concerns of the brands. So I think we need to take a similar approach. We need to be consistent in what we say, and it needs to be relevant and accepted and timely in the marketplace as well. So GCC, I think there is a great opportunity. The numbers are big. Even with AI, I think these numbers are not going to change so much. What we need is like a fraction of the opportunity. So if we can solve and provide the right solution, we can capture the kind of the quantum that we want. We've also spoken to certain CTOs, CIOs who make decisions. And these are some of the questions that they kind of look for. I mean, typical Indian GCCs want to set up like 10,000 man operations, which we can't kind of cater to. But when you go into kind of the actual principles like the SAPs, I mean, SAP runs a 600 man R&D center in Singapore, which is a very high cost zone. So I think there are niche opportunities that we need to pursue. We need to understand what problem we can actually solve for some of these companies and address that. We have a lot of positives, so it's about how do we actually bring all of that together for a cohesive strategy and execution. Global capitalizing is moving from the traditional kind of three cities or three places of Silicon Valley, Singapore, UK. I think good thing for us, our neighboring country, India, is thriving in startups and venture capital. And we need to get ourselves plugged into that ecosystem. Yeah, so GCs are already getting into AI, but that doesn't really mean that they need like less and less people. I think what they're expecting is actually the higher level of productivity. So it's not really a cost game. I think it's really a value equation that we need to get into. So it's not that these are the only 5 that we are doing, but I picked these 5 because I think it's relevant in terms of like building and addressing fundamental issues within the industries. And also to reconcile the 5 billion number, because it's always good to know how it's going to be made up of. So startup ecosystem is important. It's also important that we take these ecosystems beyond Colombo and the main cities, and how we create opportunities, because I think the good thing is like the university system has like really spread it across the country. There are lots of STEM-oriented programs around the country. So how do you create opportunities for all of them as well? So what we want is like a consistent valuation of like $1 billion. Like if you take Sri Lankan startup ecosystem valuation last year, thanks to WSO2 valuation, it's almost like $600-700 million. But that's like a one-off. Otherwise, it's around like 200 million. So we have some way to go. We have a large number of services and product companies that operates around like $1 million revenue, like 50 to 100, 150 man operations. They are servicing one or two clients that they've got through personal connections, through friends, someone in a particular market, but they don't have a business development mechanism to grow beyond that. So we really want to work with these companies because they have positive cash flows, and we can see them kind of investing in all sorts of other industries within Sri Lanka. But I think if we can give them the right training, education, lead generation, and some kind of support program, we feel we can help them. So we have a target of saying, okay, can we actually push 200 such companies to be beyond 5 million by 2030, which also means there'll be a general uplift of the industry. GCC, we want to get 25 GCCs, new GCCs to come, delivering like another $1 billion. Broader industry, together with AI enablement, we feel will go to like 3 billion at the current rate of growth. And you can see this is always a collective thing. So GovTech is like our execution engine. In the future, there will be a Digital Economic Authority in addition to the ministry to kind of drive the policy discussions. But we need the local enablers, the SLASCOMs, the FITIs, to work together to really drive all of these things. To really work on the startups, I think we discussed very briefly on the fund of funds. So $5 million is actually already allocated from the Sri Lankan government. Shalinda, Prajit, Jeevan, Eminda, we need to get together and convince that gentleman there for the rest of the funds to show that there's potential in Sri Lanka for like 100 million disbursement for quality startups within the next couple of years. Tax pass-through treatment for VCs, I think it's already in the works, as Dr. Hans also mentioned. We need capital mobility for startups who actually kind of receive that fund to be able to invest where growth actually exists. So that's also getting addressed. ICT was, I think, carrying out a program called Spiralation, and there are some good success stories as well. We want that to be like the first startup experience for people want to get into the startup space, whether they experience people from the industry getting back to start something on their own or the university system. So that will be like the front end of the funnel. Then we also want to support the existing enablers like the accelerators, Hatch, Trace, YAL, IT Hub, and support them to actually spread beyond their current locations to other parts of the regions as well. But we also want a global player to come and operate a national accelerator and really connect the Sri Lankan startup ecosystem with the global ecosystem. I think that's bridging is very important, and we have allocated funds for that. As Dr. Hans also mentioned, one, I think, key thrust around the whole digital blueprint is the digital public infrastructure that's getting built. From the national ID, the data exchange, verifiable credentials. So every kind of government service getting exposed as APIs, which becomes a massive platform for innovation and value creation. So we will run a separate accelerator focused to get more and more startups, more and more developers trained and create solutions within the DPIs. So everything I talk about, there's money behind it, already done, already in the budgets, already in NPD as well. Part of the middle, this is what I talked about. How do we get about 200 companies to go past that $5 million mark? So again, we need industry input to really define this program well. so that we can execute and kind of deliver on this outcome. Market access is a key challenge. I think there are two parts to this. One is actually also creating the business development capability within our tech companies. I mean, again, I'm taking an example from Apple because that's where I was some time back. I know like companies like MAS Brandix worked with Slim at that time, or SIM actually at that time, to create specific marketing modules suitable for apparel marketing in the global stage. So we may need to do something similar around, so we have the influx of marketing professionals coming out, but can we also have specialized modules that are run to create marketers who are familiar and savvy in terms of selling a tech proposition to a global CEO, CIO, CTO. We may need to go beyond that in terms of having programs around lead generation, opening up certain markets. We can't do it all over the world, but I think certain pockets that we feel we have already done well and there's opportunity for growth, I think we should focus on those and have those programs in play. Hari, this is for you. So I think together with BUI, Port City, we'll need to run this agenda. Critical thing here is also about ease of doing business. We are also looking at virtual economic zone that's been looked at positively as well as a very easy kind of launch pad for international companies to start a smaller operation here, have a smaller team operating from here. We have some success stories like in Nordics, Australia, USA, India. So I think we need to kind of be present and do more to attract companies from those regions. Broader industry to 3 billion. I think this is really about addressing certain and really positioning Sri Lanka as a good tech location. So this includes PR, maybe certain industry events. I think we have Disrupt Asia focused around the startups and investor ecosystem. We may need a similar event to position the software services and the product ecosystem as well, bringing CIOs, CDOs from organizations to come here. But at the same time, I think we have also allocated funds to engage an international company to do an outside-in validation, to be able to go and speak to the CIOs, CTOs, CEOs of global companies whom we want as customers, to really ask them, what do they want? How do they make these decisions of creating a team, sourcing a team? What criteria? And for Sri Lanka to get into that radar, what do we need to say? What do we need to have? And based on that, we will actually develop the whole strategy around positioning, branding, and then we have also allocated some funds for execution of that campaign as well in a sustained manner. AI is all over. I know there was one particular time that everyone said, okay, software engineering is going out because AI is going to do everything. But I think everyone's back to reality. Software engineers will be there. They will be doing software. But I think they will use AI tools to deliver at a rapid pace. So we need to make sure we have a AI-ready skill base. So this is something that we will give priority and get started with. And again, any ideas that you have in terms of how we want to execute this will be very useful to receive today. The thinking that we have is to get a global, like a boot camp operator, and invite local education institutions, both government, private, to get trained through that, and then have a assistance program to support individuals to kind of go through that training and certification. But this is still open for ideas in terms of how to get this going. But I think end result needs to be like we need to be able to claim, like, I mean, if you come to Sri Lanka and if you set up a tech team, be assured that they are AI ready. So I just want to like very briefly touch on some of these things. So 1.1, I think about institution structures and all of that. I think during the panel discussion, maybe I'll invite Dr. Hans to just talk a little bit about on this. Multi-year policy stability. Let's discuss that. Global market positioning, branding, I think I talked about it. Lead generation, yeah, that's pretty much in play. Skill survey will be done. That's part of our, I think, first wave of procurement. TUR is already done with the industry input, so that will get done this year. And I think the thinking is once in 2 years we will do that full-blown survey. Middle tier layer, we don't have a solution, so I think ideas are welcome around that. Scale professional skills training. The only thing that we have a definitive plan is for the AI, any other area that you want, and also business development. But any other area, I think please list that, give that input. Non-university training, I think this is critical for us to make up the 200,000. Something we'll have to take between the two ministries with the education ministry as well. Talent incentives, ask what you want. Deploy value-linked company incentives. Again, I guess we need proposals there. Yeah, NDX and DPIs and all of that, I mean, that's coming. I think first, obviously, need to be the digital ID and everything else will follow, but I think we are happy to answer any questions in that. Connectivity, I think there are programs around that. Position Sri Lanka as a sustainable digital destination. We need input on that. How do we do that? Is it valuable? Who values it? What premium can we attract if we do that? Procurement guidelines, definitely. I think there's a team working on that. Strengthen finance and investment enablement. I think we discussed some of the policy corrections that we are doing so that VCs and other funding agencies can operate in Sri Lanka, and hopefully with the fund of fund matching some kind of incentive also coming in. So that's pretty much what I wanted to share with you. I think feedback of everyone on any of these initiatives is greatly appreciated. So that's a kind of in summary. If we get everything right, it'll be like 6 billion, but yeah, so there's some room for us to falter. I'll just go through. Yeah, I think important thing is that this is a collaborative exercise. What government, oops, okay, my last slide is not there, but I think what we can expect from the government is on policy, some resourcing, leadership in terms of executing some of these national programs. What we need from the industry really is to shape these programs. I think where we need help is at the point of doing the TUR. Your input at that point will make a real difference. I think with the skill survey, we got that. In terms of doing the TUR for this exercise with KPMG, we got that. And I think so that way we can actually own the outcome as well. So we would like to create that opportunity continuous, and we expect participation from relevant stakeholders to give input at the TUR stage, because government, what I've realized after 1.5 years, everything happens in the form of a procurement. How well we define what we want to procure in that TUR will define whether we get what we want or not. So that's the time we need to really put effort. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks. Thank you for coming, and look forward to a good deliberation today. Thanks.
Well, thank Thank you very much, Mr. Kure. Ladies and gentlemen, now since we want to have a more fruitful discussion with your insights also coming from the breakout sessions, we will have our interactive Q&A session right after the breakout sessions. But however, we will now display the QR code where you can scan and send in your questions. So all our participants who are with us physically, there's a table card on your table, a table tent. With the QR code, you can either scan the QR code on the table tent or you can scan the QR code in display now and send us in your questions. And also all our online participants can scan the QR code displayed on screen and enter your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll give you a couple of seconds in order to scan the QR code and to start sending in your questions. All right, so for all our participants joining us online now, we will be shortly taking a break from the live stream, but please do stay with us and we will once again begin the live stream right after the end of the breakout sessions. And with that, for those of you here with us in person, we will now prepare for the breakout sessions following a refreshment break. But ladies and gentlemen, a quick overview on how these breakout sessions will be facilitated. Your sessions and your moderators are as follows. We have Dr. Dayan Rajapaksa moderating the talent breakout session. We have Mr. Heminder Javira moderating the session Founders and Freelancers. And then we have Mr. Bhanuka Harishchandra, the moderator of Markets and Demand breakout session. And also we have Mr. Yasa Sevagi as the moderator of Foundations breakout session. So each room, each breakout session will have a moderator to guide you through the discussion and also to keep the session on track. And also there will be table hosts to facilitate the discussion at each table and also to capture the key priorities. And also there will be a rapporteur who will consolidate all the outcomes and present them during the plenary session that will take place following the breakout sessions. So also, ladies and gentlemen, you will find discussion guidelines and all the relevant reference materials placed on your respective breakout session tables in order to support your discussions. And also we will have the Honorable Deputy Minister, the Ministry Secretary, Mr. Varuna Dhanapala, and also Dr. Hans Vijay Surya, who will be doing their rounds at the breakout sessions in order to engage with our participants. So now we will proceed with a 20-minute refreshment break. Tea and coffee and snacks are being served right outside the studio ballroom. And ladies and gentlemen, please may I kindly request all of you to take your personal belongings with you as you leave the ballroom, because this room will be rearranged in preparation for the next session, that is the breakout sessions. And following the break, we will move to our breakout sessions, and please proceed to your breakout rooms assigned to you at the registration. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick 20-minute break, and we hope to see you all sharp at 11:10 a.m. right in your respective breakout sessions. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request everyone to begin making your way to your respective breakout sessions and your respective breakout rooms, as we will be commencing the breakout sessions just about now. Hence, we would be super grateful if all of you can conclude your refreshments and proceed towards your designated rooms at this time. Thank you very much, and we do look forward to welcoming you to your breakout sessions shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, would like to request all of you now to please start making your way towards your respective breakout sessions, and we will be commencing the breakout sessions now. Hence, please make sure that you conclude your refreshments and proceed towards your designated rooms at this point. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Okay. So I think we are here basically to focus on in this breakout session on the talent development skills sector, especially towards this national goal of achieving $5 billion export revenue from ICT sector by 2030. So I hope that we have an adequate blend of industry and academia here. Can I know who are joining here from the industry, please? Industry. So can we only two? Is it? Otherwise, from the industry, yeah, one here. So we want actually anybody in industry, right? That's okay. That's fine. Tushar is coming. Yes. Tushar, are you one of the table hosts, Tushar? No. Chadika is the table host. Okay, so Dhammika is in anyway. We have only 3 tables now, so that's okay. So Dhammika here, one of the table hosts. Chadika is one of the table hosts, and Vishaka is one of the table hosts. So without me talking too much, let me set the context. I mean, basically, as per the report, you probably would have seen that now we are talking about current workforce of about 175,000 ICT professionals, out of which about 90,000 is more in the BPM and the service sector, and not per se called these engineers in product engineering and so on, right? And then one of the big problem is like average revenue per employee is around 8,500 to 11,500 based on the current 1.6 billion revenue what we are getting. So it is not in par with the global benchmarks. But the only thing is that we have to see whether can we always compare with the global benchmarks and drive our industry in that direction only. So this question about going by this revenue per employee, revenue per engineer, is it a workable model, right? And can we go by that and say 200,000 targeted workforce, each one earning 25,000? Can we get there by going that kind of parameters, or do we have to use different measurements? But anyway, we have been identified. I mean, basically based on the industry, the discussion groups as well as key informant interviews and all that. One of the main constraint has been identified as a middle tier, shortage, right? Like architect, tech leads. So is there a real middle tier shortage, and is it the problem that is not letting us, go to our targeted outcomes? And also talking about leadership problems, like for example, now we have about 30 to 35% female workforce in the ICT sector, but in leadership position, the gender imbalance is there is only about 10 to 15% in leadership. So that is that a problem? So I mean, anyway, most of the time when we consult with industry, they talk about we don't have the right middle tier. Maybe we are in short of the right talent in the business development, right? Revenue generation, RevOps kind of things, to scale our businesses to the next level. So, and also there is another complaint about I mean, I don't think that there is now question about maybe the number of graduates coming out of our academia. So according to the report also, it's about 17,000. Maybe it is here and there, but so volume is okay, but there is a gap. So what is this gap? Is it a
other than to thank everyone for your contributions. I don't think there's anything else for the moderator to do. I think we'll get started with session learnings, since we are pressed for time as well. You want to go first? Oh. Bad news is what? Monica brings bad news, okay.
I don't know whether I'm always bad news, but I'll start with the good part first, I think. So when we had a very productive conversation, 3 tables that were highly engaged talking about markets and demand. And the good news is, to varying degrees, in principle, we had endorsement. One table had kind of, just to give you guys context on the verdicts, it has been levels of endorsements across the 7 topics that we were talking about. The topics being the GCC capability expansion, topics around the nomads, the trusted digital Sri Lanka exploration, all of that. The problem is we don't necessarily agree with the numbers. For example, one of the biggest challenges that we are seeing in terms of the justifications on our side is to say, hey, look, the global capability centers will become 35% of revenue in the next